Recording in progress. Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Please have a seat so that we can begin.
Bueno, pero el que falta es mi Chimale.
Sí.
Ahí va la lista. Ahí la primera. Ay, qué divertido.
¿De qué te reí?
Del que está ahí con todas las plumas al lado de la
Sí.
caribeña.
Yo
Ahí llegó el Chimale.
me imagino que debe ser incómodo andar con esa tremenda cuestión.
Como andar con la fiesta, o sea, con la fiesta.
Sí.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. May you all be very welcome once again. I would like to thank you for being on time and for your participation. Before we begin our work, we have received a request from the delegation of the United States of America to deliver a presentation. So I'll offer the floor to the representative of the US. So the US has the floor.
Muy buenos días. Encantado de estar acá.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here this morning. It's a great pleasure to participate in this session, and I thank you for the opportunity that you have just given us to address you all. And I thank Executive Secretary Cimoli for his warm welcome and his team for organizing the meeting that we are holding. And thank you very much, everyone. It is a great pleasure for me to be here during International Mother Earth Day. What in some countries in Spanish we call Pachamama. I would like to congratulate all countries in Latin America and the Caribbean for this first conference of the parties of the Escazú Agreement. I would also like to thank the panelists, Michelle Bachelet, the Executive Secretary of UNEP, the environmental champions and the champions that represent the youth and that are present here today. 52 years ago, during the first Mother Earth Day held in the US, we launched a global movement in our country which helped to transform the way in which we view the impact that we have on the natural world. In the US, this first day of Mother Earth Day began with this date, which is celebrated until today in the US, and established the Environmental Protection Agency, which provided environmental protection and transparency via laws related to clean air and clean water. These laws helped us to codify, in accordance with our own domestic laws, significant access to information, to the opportunities for public participation and access to justice in environmental matters. The rights established in these two laws are based on the rights that people have to freedom of association, to peaceful meeting and expression. And these important rights also help us to protect environmental defenders. In the US, we have supported for a long time now these rights in the Escazú Agreement, in terms of promoting appropriate access to environmental information, expanding opportunities for participation and to lead decision-making processes that impact at local communities, and guaranteeing effective access of everyone to justice in environmental matters. And it is for that reason that we would like to congratulate countries for taking steps to guarantee that all people, including women, indigenous peoples and the members of marginalized populations to peacefully exercise these rights. In the US, we would like to continue to share the lessons that we have learned over the past 52 years in terms of our legal framework. And in that sense, we would like to support, through our experience, we would like to support other countries in the implementation of their own laws. We once again applaud the Escazú Agreement, and we congratulate countries in the region for their commitment in terms of supporting these rights and of working together with others in the region to protect the environment and those that defend it. This is the first international agreement that includes a specific provision that guarantees protection of environmental defenders. And once again, I would like to congratulate you all for this. The commitments and the efforts that you have decided to continue with are today more important than ever. Environmental degradation, the loss of biodiversity, and climate change become even more aggravated as a result of the increase of violence against environmental defenders, and especially in this region. the US celebrates efforts to increase protection and security for those that take measures to protect and promote environmental quality, and we support actions to prevent violence against environmental defenders, including the enforcement of national laws and greater responsibility for that violence. We also greet the more important role played by civil society and by academia in terms of highlighting violence against environmental defenders. In this Mother Earth Day, let us work together so that we can build a more inclusive, more sustainable and more resilient world. Let us reaffirm our commitments at a regional level in order to protect the environment and empower those that safeguard it. Our actions, be they collective or individual, may create a solid basis to protect the natural beauty of our planet, capable of protecting people and communities all over the world, tackling the climate crisis, biodiversity, and that provides our grandchildren and our children the economic benefits for future generations. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with you all this morning.
Muchas gracias, Estados Unidos.
Thank you very much, the US. We thank you for your words. Now, we would like to begin our third day of sessions in this meeting of the Conference of the Parties. As you may remember, we will continue with our discussion of matters related to the agreement, and now we'll move on to a high-level event on occasion of the first anniversary of the entry into force of our agreement and of International Mother Earth Day. During the session, we have distinguished personalities who will talk about the importance of the Escazú Agreement and the opportunities that it implies for the region. We will also be reflecting around the care of the planet and the role that the Escazú Agreement can play in the development of the protection of people to live in a safe and healthy environment, as stipulated by the agreement itself. In order to moderate this session, it is a great pleasure for me to offer the floor to Mario Cimoli, Acting Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. We have a luxury panel here for us to debate and for us to say what we really think. Let us be as informal as possible, and so, because this is context to debate all these issues in great depth. So thank you for the opportunity of acting as moderator in this panel. I would like to ask all panelists to speak for 7 minutes, because at the end we have to sign an agreement. We have an international connection and we have to abide by the times that have been allocated for this. As was well said, International Mother Earth Day today, whilst we're holding this first meeting of the work on Escazú, is a very specific, a unique moment to debate and to see how far we can go and how to view all this, to take what is historical and see how we can project that to the future. I wanted to ask questions, but I'm not going to ask questions to the public. What I would like to ask you all is for you to tell us how to move ahead, how to make progress. Don't simply tell us that it's important. We know that that is important, but we need to know how we can make progress, how we can act in this very difficult world. What projection do we attribute to this? I know that you have the possibility to do that. Let us think that this is a group that enables us to reason, looking at the future. Without further ado, I would like to move on to the first presentation, and hopefully for no longer than 8 minutes. We will listen to Luis Vallas, who is Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ecuador. Luis, you have the floor. Thank you very much, moderator, chair, distinguished personalities, distinguished heads of delegations, delegates, and colleagues from Latin America and the Caribbean, and dear friends all. Ecuador understands that we find ourselves at a fundamental moment for humanity with regards to the protection of the environment. International environmental governance must focus on generating timely solutions that are coherent and participative, that without leaving no one behind, enable us to tackle decisively the environmental crises that impact us. For this purpose, we must strengthen multilateralism as a fundamental element in order to promote the protection of the environment, biodiversity, and the struggle against climate change and pollution, aiming at the implementation of cooperation actions, at contributing to better capabilities, to transfer technologies and generate environmental compliance and transparency measures within a framework of justice and the protection of human rights. Along these lines, Ecuador has evidenced a profound interest in generating actions of environmental leadership, actively participating and contributing constructively to various international fora and promoting concrete proposals, such as the adoption of Resolution 514 of the UN Assembly on the Environment, UNEA 5.2, with regards an international legal and binding instrument related to contamination with plastics, and the resolution in our country, Ecuador, in terms of presiding and leading the Intergovernmental Committee for the negotiation of that agreement. Within the framework of this, of the first anniversary of the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement and of International Mother Earth Day, I would like to say that as part of the strengthening of public policies with regards to environmental matters, we have generated processes to involve all social actors, and that has enabled us to be the fourth country in the world and the first in Latin America and the Caribbean to adopt a cross-cutting policy of ecological transition towards a circular economy that is resilient and low in emissions, especially emphasizing justice, transparency, and open government. Dear friends, under the participative spirit stipulated in the Escazú Agreement, through its visions of transparency, justice, and protection, Ecuador has articulated actions that have been articulated among all state entities, academia, and civil society. And in that way, we have built elements that have meant that our country now has the first action plan of open government as part of the implementation process for the agreement. With these words, and in order to conclude, I would like to commemorate with all of you this first anniversary of the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement and of International Mother Earth Day. Convinced that multilateral leadership, which is dynamic, will enable us to achieve real solutions for the problems of the planet in order to establish sustainable development between economic growth and the conservation of ecosystems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister. And now I would like to recognize Alicia Bárcena, former Executive Secretary of ECLAC. My Alicia Bárcena, the floor is yours. Thank you very much and good morning, everyone. I would like to really say how much emotion I'm feeling today at being here. That was my home for more than 22 years, and say that it is a great honor to be on this occasion here, the first conference of the parties to the Escazú Agreement. This touches our hearts. And I would like to express my special gratitude to the people of Chile, because yesterday President Boric was here And speaking of what Chile has to do, Chile must ratify this agreement. This is necessary. And so that is why the drive that the president has awarded it and his commitment is a clear signal. I'm honored because today I am accompanied by very special people. Ambassador Luis Vallas, Ecuador is a country that has ratified the agreement. Michelle Angele, Inga Anderson, Maria Noel Baeza, Jacqueline Alvarez from UNEP, and Patricia Madrigal. What a great role you have played in the Escazú Agreement. And Laura Cerda representing young people. And I would like to recognize Cata Alonso. You are the spokesperson of Chileans' zones of sacrifice. That is what we can no longer allow, and far less that these areas of sacrifice be seen as natural and or legal. And this agreement goes precisely against that. I would like to recognize Andrea Careta, Daniela, Natalia, Tomas, and Andres, but behind them, of these 6 representatives of the public, there are dozens of organizations throughout the region. And that is why to all, I would say that we must recognize you for your tireless effort in order to arrive at this moment. I especially greet Mario Cimeli and thank him for the support that ECLAC is giving this agreement and that will continue to give it because that is how it is. And here is the team that will undoubtedly do it. Jose Luis Amaniego, Carlos de Miguel, and undoubtedly Valida Torres, David Barrio. And I would say the entire ECLAC must get into this in depth. Dear Mario, if you allow me. And now I'm part of the public, and which I'm very pleased with this, yes. And I'm sure, but nevertheless, you can continue to count on me. And why does this move me so much? Because here I'm revealing my age. In 1992, when Principle 10 was agreed on, this is the prehistory I'm talking to you about. Very well. But as the Undersecretary said, 50 years ago, the day of Mother Earth, and we took such a long time. We took such a long time. And that is why I congratulate those who have ratified the agreement, because truly, this is an extraordinary moment. And dear my Marcelo Cosillos, I would like to congratulate you because you've done an extraordinary job yesterday, precisely to agree by acclamation. And I was following everything very carefully, and I saw how you discussed, debated, how important that was. And so I would like to propose that this first COP be focused precisely on the indigenous people, Nadino Calapucha, who are here with us from the association, the Indigenous Association of the Amazon Basin. This is very relevant. Yes, important. I say it because you are the silent guardians of the earth, and that is the truth. The guardians of biodiversity and also of the so many local communities and of the people that have unbrokenly maintained their knowings in defense of the earth. And we must invite more actors. That is what we need. That here we have the private sector, the major enterprises, that they should come and understand the Escazú Agreement. This is the only one in the world, first, that defends the rights of environmental defenders, but second, that proposes a road toward development that is different to ensure the full and informed participation by communities and society in development projects. And you said it yesterday, Mario, we do not want just any growth. No, we do not want just any type of development nor investment. We do not want zones of sacrifice, and far less that these be naturalized, made acceptable. When I came to Chile, I could not believe it that there were zones of sacrifice. This cannot be. And this treaty is exemplary because it shows multilateralism in action. But a different type of multilateralism, because it is not just of the governments. That is why it is different. That is why it is unheard of, because this is multilateralism built with the public and governments. This is a civilizing progress. And that is why I believe that today that we're celebrating 50 years in Stockholm, since the creation of UNEP, 30 years of the Earth Summit. I think that we're on the right track, yes, but the context is so different, as Mario said yesterday. facing many tensions. The crisis caused by COVID is still not over, a very serious conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and we do not know where this will end. We cannot anticipate this nor quantify, and that is putting at risk the entire world's security. And what is most concerns me, apart from inflation, the context of war, the greater poverty and inequality, is that the developed world, unfortunately, the undersecretary has left, but the developed world is assigning millions of dollars to a new armament race, money that is needed for other things. As Cecilia said yesterday, we need these funds for adaptation to climate change of people and the most vulnerable nations, such as in the Caribbean, Antigua and Barbuda, and also welcome the recent meeting. This is shown clearly the day that Antigua and Barbuda graduated. That day, Barbuda disappeared with a hurricane. And that is what we're talking about. So I believe that this treaty, what it proposes, is changing the conversation, and that ECLAC also proposed it in the depth of its structuralist strategy to be able to, and from the region, express its voice, raising its voice of Latin America, because we have a tremendous world commitment, because we must protect the ecological integrity of our oceans, of our seas, of our biodiversity, rivers, forests, for current and future generations. And that is why we have the champions here, the young people. This is so relevant because we're working for the future generations. And this means that we should act together with a single voice. Latin America and the Caribbean must act with a single voice. And we must take up once again, and there I see Camila, the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities to close those asymmetries, because developed countries do have a historical debt. And that historical debt now, we want them to return it to us through financing, yes, of patents. We need our patents to be released so that we can develop our renewable energy, water. Otherwise, how? With tariffs, with sanctions? That will lead us nowhere. And so what is at play here is surviving as a species. And that is why I would say, and Galeano, who's my favorite, as you well know, he says, we must overcome this civilization that confuses clocks with time and growth with development, what is big with greatness and nature with the landscape, while the world is focused on breaking down its own sky. And this agreement proposes acting together as nations in order to protect precisely our heritage, which is extremely rich. And this is a very powerful tool. And I pick up again your words and that of the president yesterday and Andrea Sanhuesa to create new institutions, better institutions. You were saying, what should we do? Better institutions with open government, with an open state, with greater transparency, good governance, and the rule of law. And we no longer want corruption. We need to move ahead towards justice and democracy in environmental matters. And that is why this agreement is so historical, because this is an agreement on access rights, access to procedural processes that contribute to human rights, and above all, to protect public goods. It is instrumental because the idea is to create institutions with clear rules, because when the laws are fair, known, just, and applied equally to all, and there lies the detail, when there are no privileges, when we overcome that culture of privilege, that is when we can, yes, make investments more efficient environmentally as well as socially, as well as economically. You do not underscore this. Or when this happens, you do not underscore the judicial certainty. And it is possible to overcome social conflicts. That's what we must do now, working with major corporations and the small ones, SMEs, all size enterprises, but for them to understand that this is the road that we want as a society. And remember, this agreement is a platform for cooperation, South-South cooperation. So many countries say, look, we not signed the agreement because we've already done all our homework. No, that's not true. Maybe we did do homework in writing. Yes, Carlos, you have your observatory of environmental democracy. And if you read it, well, the region is perfect if we are actually doing everything that is put on paper. But we have a long way to go, and we have a lot to learn from each other. That is why I invite all countries that have not yet signed and ratified the agreement that they should do so. Really, join in. It is very important. This conference yesterday took giant steps because it established a harmonized basis for decision making with an inclusive procedure. It was not easy. No, it was not, Marcelo. It was it had its difficulties, yes, but we got there. Yesterday, you created something that is marvelous, unheard of, it does not exist until now. And that is why this agreement opens an opportunity for regional integration as well, and to collectively address in a fair and balanced way the challenges that today we have, both social and environmental, and leaving behind, above all, this idea that economic progress is based on social depredation or environmental depredation. And once again, I quote Galliano, and with this I conclude, my dear secretary, in order to keep to my 8 minutes. That is that Galliano says he would never allow anything else. I know that the role of moderator is terrible, she says. What does Galliano say? He says that history of Latin America is the history of the stripping of their natural resources. It is a land of gatherings, yes. Galliano says many diversities, cultures, traditions, but also of fears, of impotence. We are very diverse in our hopes, but also in our despair. And that is why I join him, and with this I conclude that hopefully we may have worthy of this hope. Hopefully we can have the courage of being alone and the courage of risking to be together, because there's no point in having a tooth outside your mouth or a finger outside your hand. We can continue to believe against all evidence that the human condition is worthwhile, because we've been badly made, but we're not yet finished. And hopefully we can continue to walk the roads of the wind despite our falls, our treasons, our defeats, because history continues beyond us. And hopefully we can keep alive the certainty that it is possible to be compatriots and contemporaries of everyone who lives animated by the will of justice and the will of beauty, no matter where you're born, no matter when you live, because there are no frontiers, these maps of the soul or time. Thank you.
Bueno. Pasamos a continuación a la...
Now we move on to the next presentation that will be delivered by Patricia Madrigal, who is a lawyer, a specialist in human rights and the environment, Vice Minister of the Environment of Costa Rica. Patricia, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, first of all, to ECLAC for inviting me to form part of this panel. And it is definitely very difficult to speak after Alicia has spoken. Life presents us with enormous challenges, challenges that are difficult, but she says that she forms part of the public right now, but I think she's far more than that. I believe that she is our lifelong ambassador for the Escazú Agreement, because without Alicia's support as head of ECLAC, this process would not have been possible. I believe that all of us and each one of us here recognize that. So thank you very, very much, Alicia. A year ago, indeed, we celebrated the entry into force of this agreement that has been a meeting point, an example of multilateralism, as has been mentioned on several occasions during this meeting. And we have realized that beyond a legal binding instrument, because that was our initial struggle in the process to put forward this idea and to negotiate this idea. In actual fact, this has become a movement that encompasses the whole Latin American and Caribbean region and that grows every day. Of course, we still have a long way to go. We have to disseminate this much more. We have to build much more. But gradually, organizations throughout the region come together. We learn every day to work together and to make decisions based on a consensus, which does not necessarily mean unanimity, and to build those bridges that enable us to make progress. And as mentioned by the US representative, in the 70s, when this celebration of Mother Earth Day was established, we understand the interdependence that exists between human beings, other species, and the planet, and something that our native peoples understood in a far better fashion than ourselves. Article 1 of the Escazú Agreement has an excellent balance in order to acknowledge those fundamental principles of international environmental law. One single Earth is the slogan of the celebration of International Mother Earth Day. 50 years since the Stockholm Declaration, Stockholm plus 50. And in that declaration, what is put forward is the interrelationship between human rights and the protection of the environment. And that is indeed what the Escazú Agreement is all about. Environmental human rights, interdependence, the ecologization, so to speak, of human rights. But what was also established at that time was the concept of sustainable development. That development that does not limit the options of future generations. And with that, we find the principle of intergenerational equality, the protection of the rights of all people and of generations, of present generations and also of future generations. It is what is very important is the principle of intergenerational equality, which is a principle that is also present in the Escazú Agreement, because we understand that we're indebted to future generations. Environmental law is a human right, and compliance with that requires in turn the exercise and the voice of all human rights in that interdependent relationship. The Escazú Agreement establishes in its objectives what the agreement seeks, but it also mentions something else. It presents us with a roadmap. It points to a road ahead, and that road is based on not being afraid of others, of doing away with fear of those that think differently, of understanding the diversity of this region, of the cultural diversity, which is what led us to begin with this Escazú process, so that we could have our own instrument recognizing our differences, but consolidating our common objectives. Yes, the Escazú Agreement is a robust instrument in order to care for Mother Earth, to guarantee that balance between human beings, other species, and the planet. It provides us with the tools of access to information, to participation, and decision-making, access to environmental justice. It recognizes and protects people and groups in vulnerable situations, the defenders of human rights in environmental matters. With the entry into force a year ago, what was launched was a process to build the rules, the procedures enabling the implementation and compliance with the Escazú Agreement. And yesterday, we reached that decision, the participation modalities and the committee for implementation and compliance. And once again, the joint work between the public and governments meant that we were able to enter into agreements thanks to the leadership of the chair present here and thanks to the support of the Secretariat. Now, with regards good faith, we took steps, solid steps in the region to protect environmental human rights and the strengthening of environmental democracy. We are advancing adequately. There's still a long way to go, but the road ahead is clear in terms of how we have to make decisions, how we have to negotiate in order to achieve the strengthening in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And next, Cata Alonso, spokesperson of the women in the zones of sacrifice in Chile. But I would like to make a comment first. When I read this zone or area of sacrifice in Chile, it's like a terror movie. Yes, it is. Sacrifice does not exist.
A los que se les prendieron, por favor, apaguen.
If your microphone was turned on, please turn it off. These are the zone of sacrifice as well as all the microphones. There's something like opposition to this. Please turn your microphones off if you are not going to take the floor now. Thank you. Please turn your microphones off if you are not going to take the floor now. In fact, the only one that is going to speak now is Cata Alonso. So turn your microphones off.
Aló, aló.
Tú quédate. 1, 2, 3.
Ahora sí.
Es un honor estar en este.
She says it is an honor to be seated here. Well, I was saying good morning to all authorities, and I thank ECLAC for the invitation and also the civil society. I'd like to say that a just society is based not only on respecting the human rights, but also the rights that nature should have. We owe everything to the earth. Without it, there is no life. And that is why we must protect it, because finally we're part of it. And we cannot continue to overexploit it as we've done so far. Time is running out. The planet can't take any more. And this is demonstrated clearly by climate change. And that is why it's so important that our country has signed the Escazú Agreement and ratify it, which comes to protect the environment, giving us access to early and timely environmental information, citizen participation in environmental decisions in our territories, access to justice for environmental defenders, and thus be able to continue acting safely without threats or death, something but so far has not happened. I come from one of the most emblematic sacrifice zones in the country, Puchuncaví, located in the Bay of Quintero, located in the region of Valparaíso, 29 kilometers from Viña del Mar, the most touristic city in Chile. Previously, we used to live on artisanal fishing, agriculture, little livestock farming, and high level of tourism. We exported grains to Europe, beans and lentils. We had wetlands and lagoons, huge dune fields, beautiful beaches, pure fresh water, and a pristine sea. Today, in the Bay of Quintero and Putucaví, within a radius of 8 kilometers of coastline, there are 18 polluting and dangerous companies set up. Dangerous and contaminated. It contaminates our air, soil, fresh water, and sea with heavy metals and volatile organic compounds, depredating our territory. The population has serious health issues. We have one of the highest rates of cancer in the region, cardiovascular, respiratory diseases, and our children are born contaminated from our uterus, and 1 in 4 of them, children in Puchuncaví, have learning difficulties and low grades in regular schools. And there's a special school. We're a very small town, 17,000 inhabitants in total, including Quintero and Puchuncaví, 50,000. But today I'm speaking only of Puchuncaví. And so we have a special school there with many children with severe neurological diseases, congenital malformations, and lately a lot of Down syndrome and increasing autism. Our young women, and this has been normalized, it is terrible that most of our population dies of cancer, but usually after the age of 60. But today, well, we live 17 years less than the rest. This is scientifically proven. But now there are young women with a lot of breast cancer and also of the uterus. This is on the rise. And so since 2008 and until now, our children, last week there were 4 schools with intoxicated children. In 2008, more than 3,000 people were intoxicated. And on account of the poor quality of the air and the toxic materials in the area, we don't know yet what we're breathing. We won the ruling by the Supreme Court, and they said that each company had to be investigated to know what it was that we were breathing and what was being issued by each one of these companies. We need a diagnosis and only then have a plan B for contamination. But well, the local fishermen today clean the carbon from our beaches instead of going out to fish, which is what they know how to do. So this industrial park has made them lose even their dignity. And also they pay taxes in Santiago. The only thing it's brought us is poverty, disease, drug trafficking, and criminality. Only 4 out of 6 people who live in the area work at these companies. The rest come in from abroad. So despite of our serious environmental situation, we have hope, and a lot of it, that with this Escazú Agreement, with this government, and the approval of the new constitution, we will be able to recover these zones of sacrifice in the country and move forward. We will move forward without losing our own values, building a more just society where nature is the central theme in the lives of all of us. As ambassador of the Escazú Agreement of the 5th region and as representative of the environmental organization Women of the Sacrifice Zone in Resistance, we think that all civil society should participate in this agreement, and that in our country is also made up of Afro-descendants, migrants, and indigenous people who have a lot to teach us on how to care for Mother Earth. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Gata. We would now like to offer the floor to Laura Serna, who is a young champion of Escazú. You have the floor.
Esta me parece la mejor moderación, la más democrática. Vamos.
Muy buenos días para todos y todas.
Good morning, everyone. A special greeting for ECLAC, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to represent the voice of youth in these very important spaces, and especially when it comes to a diverse region with ethnic communities with various needs, and that today sits down to talk about environmental democracy. So the first thing I'd like to say is that no treaty, no legal text can generate change on their own. We have spent many years building rules that are sufficiently robust to have a country that we dream of, but that is not our reality. So changes Please go ahead. We have some enemies here, but we have them under control. So let's hope that they can also form part of this change, and that they know that around this table we're all welcome, because we, at the end of the day, we're a single society and we all have the same needs. I was saying that it is evident that the texts that we have are not sufficient, but not because they're not developed adequately, but because they require flesh and bone actors to make this a reality. Everybody can, in a society, participate. We must establish our points of view, and all of us have needs. We need joint work in order to build a new social fabric. Latin America and the Caribbean have a fabric that is damaged by violence, by the misuse of resources, and by the use of several, and by the violence against people that protect the environment. With the Escazú Agreement, we hope that we will have a new social fabric that enables us to heal wounds of the past and build a new generation for those that trust and hope that Latin America becomes an example for the whole world in terms of environmental democracy. It is fundamental for us to know that the actions rely on what we do now. The results will depend on the actions that we undertake as from now. And for that reason, we need a civil society that is empowered and that has pushed forward the Escazú process. We must make an effort to have a much closer reality to what we have envisaged on paper. The SDG agenda is absolutely fundamental for states in our region. We need to be committed with our needs and with the true reality of each country. That is fundamental. Escazú is an agreement on human rights, as we all know, dealing with the environment that combines the balance between protection of the environment and the protection of human rights. Its essence is to struggle against inequality, discrimination, and to guarantee that all people live in a sustainable environment. To guarantee the protection of resources requires environmental democracy, citizen participation, information, and the strengthening of all institutions that we know. We cannot speak about justice in environmental matters if institutions do not provide justice. If our defenders resort to them and what they find are closed doors, or whenever young people wish to gain access to information, that information is practically impossible to read. We must break down barriers and build more bridges. We cannot protect the environment without protecting the people that have devoted their whole lives to that. Conservation implies conserving first human beings and those that have devoted their lives to build and preserve what we have today. To protect the protection of our homes requires efficient action, and as generations and as Latin Americans and as young people from the Caribbean, we're committed to that. We know that the process has been difficult, and we're not a generation that simply wants any change. We have been fighting for that as from a coherent, consistent, cross-cutting and diverse leadership. And we want our voice to be heard through the Escazú Agreement and to be replicated, but not only to say that young people participate in this agreement, but so that we can also undertake a process of passing on this flag to future generations, because we're already thinking about that. There is no other time, there's no other way of going about this, but we have to work together jointly. As youth, we hope that this first COP, where we can celebrate a Mother Earth Day and citizen participation, is only the beginning, a first possibility for young people. We want for there not only to be participation mechanisms for the public, but that youth can have a voice consistent and coherent with reality. We are aware that the agendas of our nations require necessarily the active participation of young people. And for that reason, as from COP and as from all the scenarios where we have participated, we have insisted on the fact that young people must participate in these meetings. And not only to talk about what we're going to do, but about what we're already doing, in the belief that change begins with us. And even though marvelous things have been built, what comes in the future will be much better. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now, Nadino Calapucha, coordinating body of indigenous organizations in the Amazon Basin. The new rule is that everyone should come and speak here. This is the speakers here. Who are doing fine. Go ahead.
Kiguna paniguna, tukuy llaqtamanta ayllukunan alipuncha. Muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. For me, it is a true honor to be here, representing those who are no longer able to speak, in representation of Mother Earth in the Amazon Basin that cannot speak, but expresses itself in many ways. There is nothing to celebrate. After 5 decades of having declared the International Mother Earth Day, this is our first celebration of having approved the Escazú Agreement. And that is why I would like to dedicate a minute of silence to José Tendesa, Ulises Rumiche, who was murdered the day before yesterday in the Peruvian Amazon, and who merely defended his community. He defended the Amazonia, the interest and the constant fight of women, and he was murdered. And so for them, I would like to ask you for a moment of silence.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Humanity and the planet have reached the point of no return. Many speak of climate crises, economic crises, but we must be realistic. There is also a social crisis. There is a crisis of unity, a civilization crisis. And today we must commit to change that history, because in more than 5 decades, I've been celebrating the International Day of Mother Earth. It seems that states have not changed their public policy and not taken that important step to protect it. because we have continued to do things based on an extractivist model of development that kills our Mother Earth and its guardian children. They say that in the Amazon basin, every 2 days, a defender is murdered for defending the Mother Earth, Amazonia. The scientific panel for Amazonia says that Amazonia has reached the point of no return because already 22% of the Amazon biosphere has been devastated. And we all know that Amazonia is considered to be the biological heart of the planet. But indigenous people, we are here and we've not kept quiet and we've not just been talking. We have come up with proposals. And so last September, within the framework of the World Congress of Protected Areas held in Marseille, indigenous people for the first time brought a motion, 129, that was approved to protect 80% of the Amazonia until the year 2025. And so there are degraded areas, deforested areas, because we've reached the point of no return. And that is why I would like to make a call to the states, parties to the agreement, the agencies, and above all, ask our sister to be our godmother in order to achieve this aim of protecting 80% of Amazonia until the year 2025. You are invited. Let's go, she says. Treaties and agreements and statements are important, but it's more important to begin to do things because there is no time. And it is we who can change the history of this planet. And that is why I feel proud also that children, adolescents, and young people are active and fighting, because if they are fighting, I can say that humanity does have hope. I would like to underscore this, that we've reached the point of no return. And as I said yesterday, many scientific studies say that the best conserved biodiversity of the planet, 28%, is precisely in the territory of the indigenous people. But this has not come free of charge. No, it's cost us persecution, murders. And we continue to be merely news and statistics. We cannot continue like that. We, as defenders, we fight. And often we have cried because we've lost sisters and brothers. We've seen our mother jungle deforested, exploited, but we have dried our tears and we have stood up. We've learned tongues that are not our own, to be in spaces such as this, to say what is still happening in our territory, because we believe that these hundreds of years is sufficient time to be able to build together among indigenous people, this diverse America, among the Afro-descendant Quilombolas, Blacks, to be able to build a world of the size of our dreams. I would like to express to you a cordial greetings on behalf of our coordinator, Jane Jose Gregoria Medieval, the indigenous of the Venezuelan Amazonian, who's not been able to be here on account of the rules and the conditions in countries, and he was not given a visa to access the conference. But he is fighting. He's aware. He's committed. He says that we need to protect our Amazon jungle. And he sent a message. Today, we must commit to and cannot merely speak of fighting against climate change if we do not guarantee life, if we do not guarantee the rights of the defenders of Mother Earth. The time is right. There is no time. In Glasgow, within the framework of COP26, many states committed to this. We've left a clear message that the indigenous people, being the best guardians, not only of Amazonia and our territories, but of the life on this planet, we cannot continue to be excluded, made invisible, murdered. Studies show that of the global climate funds dedicated to fight against climate change, barely 1% actually gets to those who defend and fight in favor of climate change, and most are lost in the blue tape of governments, of states. And so we have clearly said that indigenous people are here to work as partners. We have the knowledge, we have the knowing, we know the territory, we are fighting, but what does humanity do? What are states doing in favor of indigenous people and Mother Earth? And there it is. The month of January, after the COP, I was able to talk to the Minister of the Environment of the UK, Samuel Smith, and he was saying precisely, I was saying precisely that today. We must take this step to fight together, to fight against climate change. We must be partners between indigenous people and governments. And he said, no, we cannot be partners because, in fact, we are your beneficiaries. And so the discourse is changing, yes, but it is necessary to urgently change the direction of this planet. And that is why we also like to invite all members to minimally, at this first COP, should kick off properly, recognizing at the very least a working panel to ensure the full and effective participation by the indigenous people, the guardians of the territories. Thank you.
Hola, ahora se escucha.
Okay, everything seems to be working okay now. Perfect. Now we'll offer the floor to Maria Noel Baeza, who is the Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women. Thank you very much. It's very difficult for me to speak after the people that have spoken before me. I am very impressed and very happy to be sitting around this table listening to you all so that we can continue to work together. I would like to say that Alicia is a very good regional public, as has been confirmed by Nadino, and therefore Alicia belongs to us all. So I would like to greet you, Alicia, during this first meeting where you're acting as the public, but you will never be just the public. And I would like to thank you for all the support that you have always given UN Women, our mandate, and the women of our region. And I would like to be hard-headed, as Galiano said, to establish a link between women in all their diversity and all their differences with the environment and the protection of women defenders. And I would like to respectfully ask all our dear representatives that in the declaration you don't only speak of men defenders, but also women defenders, because regrettably 119 women defenders of human rights and environmental rights have been assassinated in Latin America since the pandemic started. And therefore, that inclusive language is tremendously important to talk about men and women defenders. That is very important. And I also want to be hard-headed in terms of this link that we must permanently have when we refer to the environment, to its protection, to Escazú, to COP, and to everything that implies making headway with this marvelous agreement and with universal COPs. And why do I say that? Well, because often that link is not evident. Often we have left aside the role played by indigenous women, rural women, Afro-descendant women, who are located in those marvelous places that preserve water and biodiversity. And it is often them, well, not often, it is always them that suffer the consequences, the disproportionate consequences of desertification, lack of water, lack of biodiversity that they have protected, and that they are not taken into consideration. And therefore, let us not replicate those patriarchal, discriminatory models when we talk about protecting the environment and protecting our biodiversity. For us, it is a tremendous satisfaction, and I certainly thank ECLAC for inviting us to share this warning with you so that we can all be hard-headed in terms of permanently establishing this link between women in all their diversities and the protection of the environment. All the reports of the Intergovernmental Group of Experts on Climate Change point out something that is extremely important and that we are trying to tackle through this committee. We are ransacking the resources of our planet and the resources of our region. The best scientists of the world have warned us that if emissions don't reach their highest level before 2025, if that doesn't stop there, we will very quickly begin to suffer, and we will have additional climatic catastrophes such as the planet warming of more than 3.2 degrees centigrade by the end of the 21st century. Now, this is something that will impact us, but also our children and grandchildren. During this Mother Earth Day, we call upon you all to recognize the fundamental link between gender, the environment, and security, and to implement feminist, inclusive, intersectional climatic solutions that places the care of the earth and of people as a fundamental pillar, aiming towards the sustainability of life that is so important. And that is why the Regional Conference on Women that will be held in Argentina in November of this year summons us to caring for the environment and of people. Escazú is the only treaty in the world that defends this, and therefore I would like to congratulate the state parties and an invitation for those that haven't yet ratified it to do so. As has been discussed very clearly in the Committee on Juridical and Economic Affairs of Women, the CSW, in its 66th version. In other words, for 66 years, we already have this fundamental forum for women in the UN that was held in March of this year. We have established an interrelationship between our responsibility of being able to strike a fair balance between the harmony of nature and the needs of women. It is known that gender roles, socially constructed, means that women and men relate differently with the environment, and this results in a disproportionate impact upon the environment, as I said beforehand, as a result of climatic change. The actions undertaken to mitigate climate change can reinforce existing inequalities and even exacerbate them, but they can also be viewed in a constructive manner in order to contribute to that gender equality which we so dearly require. One of the measures that leads to the transformation of roles, something that is vitally important, is to guarantee full equal, effective, and significant participation of women, girls, and teenagers. And that is why I'm so happy to see you all here with us today, because we need solutions in order to reduce those environmental risks of natural disasters. And I would also like to congratulate the high authorities of Escazú that have been inclusive and that are listening to that demand. Hopefully more feminist organizations will be able to be present in these meetings so that they can establish that interrelationship between women and climate change. The conclusions agreed in our global meeting of the CSW that was held this year establishes an ambitious plan to increase resilience and the capability for women to adapt and to crystallize their human rights in a comprehensive manner over time, with a specifically referring to groups of women in situations of greater vulnerability, such as women and girls living in rural situations that are indigenous and that are disabled. I am fully convinced that these measures to recognize the earth and its ecosystems as our home will create thousands and thousands of jobs in our region, and hopefully they will be jobs with that vision, with that hard-headed vision that will welcome women and that will be able to have remunerated work, because so far indigenous women have not had a fair remuneration to protect the environment. I would like to highlight that the Latin American indigenous women, and especially those that work in rural areas, have resisted a way of life that contaminates water, that destroys forests, that privatizes seeds, and that degrades soils. And this is a protection that they provide without being remunerated, and that is why we have to place them at the very front whenever we defend nature and when we distribute those resources. As a result of the major announcements that have been made in Glasgow and in other COPs, the Green Fund or the Global Fund to protect the environment. And indigenous women only receive 0.6% of that. In other words, nothing. In this sense, I would like to highlight the celebration that was held last year of a regional meeting on gender and climate change that was financed with the generosity of Luxembourg, and that for the first time had two basic spokes entities, ministries of the environment and the ministers of women and gender equality. We need to bring these two institutional frameworks in order to deal with this issue in a much more comprehensive fashion. I would also like to highlight that we are promoting in the world 7 basic women's empowerment principles. We know them as WEBs for their acronym in English. And companies, businesses have to necessarily look towards a community. A business cannot look without looking towards the economy, without establishing those links with the economy, with the community. And that is why it's important, as Alicia said, what is important is the participation of the private sector so that they can become aware and that they can be educated. And I am impressed whenever they sign agreements on economic empowerment, business people say to me after a while, it was so useful for me to be educated about these issues because I was unaware of this. And gender equality, believe it or not, is a good business for them. And gender equality with the preservation of the environment is good business twice over. And that's why it's important to bring closer to us representatives of the business community, because they generate quality employment. And we need our women to have quality employment and to leave those 17.8 million women that work in informality in our region to make them formal. And that is why that intervention of all stakeholders of society will enable us to advance towards sustainable and inclusive human development that respects the environment and that is no longer an extractivist model to become an inclusive and more humane model. And that is why I would like to thank you enormously for listening to me. I hope I have represented women in our region, and I would like to say that we will continue in a hard-headed fashion to struggle for this link. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I see that we are already connected with Michelle Bachelet, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Can you hear us? Yes? Right. And so we will move on with you straight away. Yes, thank you, Mario, Your Excellencies, friends of the civil society and indigenous people. This International Mother Earth Day, I am pleased to accompany you at this first conference of the parties to the Agreement of Escazú. First, greet the states that have ratified this pioneering agreement, showing their leadership in the region and the world in search of new tools to protect the environment and the defenders, and urge those states who have not yet ratified to do so soon. 30 years ago, with the Rio Declaration on the Environment and Development, the bases were laid for the commitments required to move ahead with environmental rights. And at international level, we've seen steps in this direction. The entry into force of the Escazú Agreement and the Council of Human Rights right to a clean and sustainable environment in the last session in September 21. And the need to find a balance between the economic, social, and environmental needs and promoting harmony with nature. This also echoes in a call for action in favor of human rights by the UN Secretary General, and that includes the rights of future generations and climate justice. However, we see that the triple planet crisis and climate change, contamination, the loss of biodiversity is seriously affecting the full enjoyment of rights, as the right to appropriate food, water, education, housing, health, development, and even life itself. And the crisis has also led to an increase in social conflicts, tensions, structural inequalities that lead people to face situations of great vulnerability, especially those with a high risk of exclusion, such as indigenous people, Afro-descendants, and the women who live in rural areas. Well, women in general, in fact, older persons and persons who live with disabilities, and peasant populations or populations living in extreme poverty. The intensification of this crisis over time is a major challenge for human rights. And in the environmental damage and injustices, all covered by the Escazú Agreement, is one of the most effective ways for states to meet their responsibility with regard to the planet by promoting the rights of people. And so the agreement is a great opportunity for those states to implement effective measures on access to information, participation, justice, protection, placing people at the center and groups historically abused and marginalized. Your Excellencies, friends, the Escazú Agreement is a milestone because the protagonists are the defenders themselves. And I believe that many friends, Nadino spoke so eloquently of the serious harm suffered by environmental defenders. I think that we can sum up the spirit of Escazú in that if we want to defend the environment, we must protect those that defend it. However, as he indicated, the data that we've compiled in our office, 3 of every 4 murders of defenders of the environment and the earth occur in Latin America and the Caribbean. And in addition, environmental activists face legal court cases, often filed by enterprises with extractivist activities in these areas that should be protected. This is undesirable, and this must be addressed, must be given priority in our region. People and organizations that defend the environment do not have a safe surroundings, no space for effective participation and decision. And if this does not change, policies will continue to fail. The most recent report by the group of intergovernment experts on climate change relays that structural vulnerabilities to climate change can be reduced by legal interventions, political ones, and processes carefully designed and implemented from local level upwards, addressing inequalities based on gender, ethnic origin, disability, age, location, and income. And this includes rights-based approach focusing on capacity building, significant participation by vulnerable groups, and access to funds to reduce risk and adapt. And the right to participation in environmental matters covers participation in public policy and regulatory regulations, and participation in activities that could have a significant impact on the environment. The public, though rights holders, civil society organizations are key players for democracy and that show critical aspects and opportunities that could strengthen policies with regard to the environment and development. The Escazú Agreement is a critical voice for environmental democracy and in line with the 2030 agenda and sustainable development, leaving no one behind. I would like to ratify not only the contribution by my office to support these efforts. I have been a spokesperson of the Escazú Agreement. And in the COP in Madrid, we did a joint launching with ECLAC. I've been a spokesman in these other regions, in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, to see the Escazú Agreement as a model to be followed. And I would like to say that I'm hoping that measures may continue to be adopted, making this world full of uncertainty, insecurities, and complexities a safer place for all, but above all, for people who are defending the environment and human rights, for the men and women defending the environment and human rights. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now we will sign part of this agreement and something that emerges from this meeting. For ECLAC, it is truly very important to have a position about this and to have an agreement that Alicia worked on and that will be signed now. It has already been signed by the High Commissioner for Human Rights. I would like Jan Yarad to come here to be close to us when we sign this. This is an important moment, ECLAC, with regards to human rights, and with the High Commissioner implies a great step forward. We'll move on to the signature now.
Y con esto, gracias. Creo que
Thank you. I believe that this is something very positive, and this is something very important. We have spent many years on this to the signature of something on human rights in ECLAC. That seems to me to be a tremendous step forward. So thank you for signing this. Thank you, Mrs. Bachelet. Thank you, Alicia, for being with us here today. And now we can continue with the next part, and let us give ourselves a warm hand.
Bueno, vamos al cierre.
We have an important message left by Inger Anderson, who is Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Program. So let's move on to that video message.
Today is a historic moment for Latin America and the Caribbean. The first conference of parties of the Escazú Agreement marks a step change in dealing with the triple planetary crisis, the crisis of climate change, the crisis of nature and biodiversity loss, and the crisis of pollution and waste. The conference also marks a step change in building a healthy environment for more peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable societies. The conference marks a step change in protecting those who protect nature upon which we all depend. But it's not just a historic moment for this region. This is a historic period for the region, but also for the world. Historic in the sense that what we do or don't do over the next few years can change the very course of human development, indeed, of our planet. We face, in essence, a simple choice. Do we ignore the warnings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and other bodies and keep polluting our way to short-term prosperity as the planet warms and nature dies? Or do we finally tackle the triple planetary crisis head-on and secure the natural world so that benefits from this world can be with everyone for generations to come? We've already made the resources balance. We have not yet found the deeds. Of the United Nations Environment Program and indeed of the birth of the environmental movement, we must act in the Stockholm spirit so that its benefits may be shared with everyone. The Escazú Agreement is one pathway to action that we all need. This agreement explicitly guarantees everyone's right to live in a healthy environment. Escazú is the first environmental agreement that contains an explicit reference to environmental defenders. But let's not underestimate the scale of the task ahead. There is a long way to go before the words become action, particularly when it comes to environmental defenders. Yes, the agreement is a step towards creating a conducive environment for environmental defenders to freely exercise their rights. And it's encouraging to see that several states in the region have already taken steps in this regard. Yet, as we know, civil society actors and environmental defenders still face discrimination, harassment, threats, intimidations, and yes, attacks and killings. We've also seen worrying signs of the dismantling and hampering of the exercise of rights to freedom of expression, association, and peaceful assembly. We've seen repressive measures to silence critical voices and control access to information and the freedom of the media. Reversing this trend isn't just about protecting environmental defenders. Reversing this trend is about protecting ourselves. Areas managed by Indigenous people and local communities who make up a large percentage of defenders have been consistently shown to suffer less degradation. The world needs this nature intact and doing its job in regulating the climate and hosting biodiversity so that we can meet the Sustainable Development Goals. This is why UNEP is so committed to working with the states, the Economic Commission of Latin America and the Caribbean, and defenders themselves to make Article 9 of the Escazú Agreement a reality. So, dear friends, I congratulate the 12 countries of the region that are parties to the agreement. My special thanks go to Ms. Alicia Bacena, the former Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Her leadership was absolutely pivotal in bringing us to this point. We, at UNEP, look forward to working with the Executive Secretary at interim, Mario Tumuli. You've come far to reach this point of holding this first conference of parties, but now is the time for full and meaningful implementation of the agreement and of its provisions. Now is the time for our states to ratify the agreement, and now is the time for every one of us to do everything that we can to make peace in the environment, to peace in nature. Thank you.
Well, I too would like to thank Jacqueline Alvarez, who's the regional director of UNEP. And yesterday we had an excellent day's work at ECLAC with them, and we will continue to head obstinately. Yes. So I would like to thank you all. This has been an excellent panel, very much to the point. And we believe that it is a good way and context to see it. I believe that this claim that yesterday a defender of rights, while we were at this meeting, was lost his life, and that shows how important what we're doing is. This cannot happen. This cannot be a model to continue. And I think that we must follow this with great attention. We must relay it with great attention, and we must remember this every day, that this may have happened and that this happens every day is truly brutal. And having an area like they described here in Chile that produces what it produces, I think it is dramatic. And so our task is to make these agreements, work under the agreements, and bring them down to territorial level and in every country, so that this should not be left, because what we're doing is not politically correct. No, it is difficult. It is tough. But I think that this meeting has been excellent. I would like to congratulate the chair and all our teams who have been in this. And once again, congratulate the big boss. She was my big boss, yes, for many years. So from all of us, because we are agreed to put our will, obstination, and work into this. And countries are above. Yes, I know that yesterday there were excellent discussions. but we're moving ahead. So thank you all for being with us. Thank you, Alicia. My thanks to the whole team. You put pressure on us. Yes. Make us feel guilty. Yes. Hammer on. So once again, there's coffee outside and you're all invited, and then we will continue with the next panel. Thank you. A big round of applause for the moderator, please.
Quiero saludar a Michelle.
I would also like to greet Michelle, who is there. Can you hear us? You're far away, but we send you our warm greetings from your land. Thank you, Mario. A big embrace to you and my dear Alicia.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Well, thank you all very much. We must continue working. Yes. So we will have a 15-minute coffee break, and at 11, we meet back here again. Thank you.
Sí, sí, 1, 2.
Les agradezco si van tomando asiento.
Please have a seat so that we can resume our work.
Vamos a reiniciar el trabajo matutino.
We will resume this morning's work.
Les agradezco entonces que tomen asiento.
Please have a seat so that we can begin.
Y los invito entonces ahora
I would therefore like to invite you now to resume our work with point 3 of the agenda, which is financial provisions that are necessary for the functioning and implementation of the agreement. Articles 4 and 15.4b. On this occasion, we will focus on financial provisions that are necessary for the functioning and implementation of the agreement, including the fund, the voluntary fund contributions and other aspects. With regards to financial provisions, it is worth being aware that Article 14 of the agreement establishes a voluntary contributions fund to support the financing of the implementation of the Escazú Agreement, the functioning of which shall be defined by the conference of the parties. Its second paragraph establishes that parties may make voluntary contributions to support the implementation of the agreement. And it adds in paragraph number 3 that the conference of the parties may invite other sources to contribute with resources to support the implementation of the agreement. In Article 15, that establishes that the conference of the parties in paragraph 4.b in the first meeting will discuss and adopt by consensus the financial provisions necessary for the functioning and implementation of the agreement. And when it comes to compliance with this mandate, that is precisely where we find ourselves now. We have reflected around this issue in the past. You may remember that in the first meeting of signatory countries held in 2019, we became aware of other financial arrangements, such as the ones that exist in the Minamata Convention or the Aarhus Convention, as well as the rules that are applicable to fiduciary funds within the framework of the United Nations. We held a virtual meeting on August 25th, 2020, and in the second meeting of signatory countries, we devoted a session to this matter. In addition, we established a working group led by Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, and Mexico. On the other hand, we also advanced in the social and economic fund to recognize this agreement and to obtain means of financing. In pre-COP held last March 4, we were able to exchange with you, to exchange views once again with you around this matter, and we decided to advance in a draft decision, which was in charge of the coordinators of the working group. In consequence, I would like to ask you all to pay attention to the draft decision 1/4 prepared by the coordinators of the working group. And in order to present this draft, I would like to ask Camila Cepeda, Director General of Global Issues of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, whom you already know, to take the floor and introduce this draft decision. Mexico, please. Thank you very much, Chair. I think you all have with you this draft decision related to financial arrangements that, as you can see, and as mentioned by Marcelo, is quite simple. We do not want to make your existence difficult during this first conference of the parties. What we want is for this voluntary fund to start operating, and that we have the financial arrangements in place, enabling us to begin with the implementation. We already have a two-page text here, through which we remind you of several of the articles of the agreement, where we establish a voluntary contribution fund. There are no greater considerations around that. And I would like, and this is a very small petition, because I have just been told by the youth something that we had not taken into consideration beforehand. And having heard the words of panelists this morning, I believe that is something that we left out. And therefore, if you allow me, in the considerations, in addition to the text that you have, and that refers to considering that financial arrangements must be based on the principles of equality, non-discrimination, transparency, accountability, solidarity. We should add there intergenerational as well, coherence, equitable burden sharing, efficiency, and sound financial management. So, the request is to add intergenerational there, and we hope that the parties will support that. After that, we move on to a whole series of specific agreements. And that we will be able to discuss. And something else that we would like to add in paragraph number 7, to request the Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean to allocate additional resources to support the agreement from its regular budget, and that this also includes the idea of intergeneration in this point. So I apologize for not including that. Maybe we should move on now to discuss the text. Thank you, Mexico. Well, in consequence, we have a document, and with the comments that Camila has just made, I'd like to open up the floor. If any delegations has a comment to make or observations about the draft decision. Chile, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. To all our colleagues and delegations and the public. I would first of all like to express my gratitude as from Chile, as an observer country, for this proposal, which we feel is very adequate and that we fully support. I would also like to thank Mexico for its presentation, and we believe that the modification that is suggested is very adequate with regard to the concept, the intergenerational concept. Perhaps within the same framework, I would like to share a couple of observations and suggestions in order to enrich the text. These are minor suggestions, albeit important. The first one has to do with paragraph 5, and we would like to discuss in greater length the role played by the presiding officers in leading a debate around access to possible sources of financing. We believe that debate by the presiding officers could be enriched with the contribution of the parties that could consult the civil society and the public in order to identify the needs and the gaps that each context has, regional or national. And for that purpose, we would like to suggest, if you allow me, Chair, to suggest a very brief text. It's only 2 lines which would come after paragraph 5, which would say that COP invites the parties within the framework of its implementation and initiatives of the agreement to communicate its gaps and its implementation gaps and needs in order to guide the debates that have been mentioned in paragraph 5. I could also read the version in English if you want. The version in English would say, assess and communicate their implementation gaps and needs in order to guide the discussions and indicated in paragraph 5. So the idea is indeed to help the presiding officers to find additional reasons and better justifications precisely aimed at finding those additional sources of financing. That is the first proposal that we would like to submit to you. The other proposal that we would like to submit, and this is my final suggestion, is that on day 1 of COP, during the first day, a delegation, the Mexican delegation, generously announced a contribution to the voluntary fund, and we believe it would be adequate to express our gratitude to Mexico for that contribution. And in that same text, invite other parties to follow suit. I believe that there will be a political declaration here, a political statement. Maybe we could include that there, or in this decision on financing. But we feel that it would be necessary, fair, and also useful for other countries that could feel encouraged to follow Mexico's good example. Thank you. Thank you, Chile. Now we offer the floor to Panama. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the youth for the proposal that they have made of including in the text or to envisage the concept, the intergeneration concept. We look upon this concept very positively, and we feel it should be included in the text because we feel that taking into consideration the participation of the younger generations is invaluable. We cannot, because of their contributions, and so we definitely support that initiative. Thank you, Panama. Argentina. Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Likewise, as expressed by the delegate of Chile and Panama, we would also like to support and thank the youth for the proposal of including the criteria, the intergeneration criteria, in this decision, in this draft decision. We feel, as we have mentioned previously, that it is very important to have the participation of the youth. Otherwise, well, because this enriches our own perspectives. Likewise, we also support the proposal made by Chile in terms of including a paragraph where we express our gratitude to Mexico for its contribution. Maybe that could come before paragraph 4, because after that we refer to inviting the party signatory countries and other states and organizations to contribute with voluntary contributions. So perhaps that gratitude could be expressed in a previous paragraph, and after that move on to the paragraph with the invitation. Thank you for Argentina. With your support, then, we incorporate Chile's proposal. If there is no opposition, we would then draft a paragraph between paragraph 3 and paragraph 4, expressing our gratitude to Mexico. The public has the floor. Excuse me, Chair, but it wasn't about this point that I wanted to ask something, so I'll wait. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. The representative of the public has the floor. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. This is a very important point that has to be considered, especially for the participation of the public. In this sense, we have always expressed the importance of financial resources, a fund that is open to countries and to other sources of financing, and we must commission the Secretariat to study that financing. But we would also like to mention some aspects that seem to us to be a priority. We already have this practice in place, but we must strengthen it in the sense that with regards to the destination of these resources, that this practice be aimed primarily to the support of the public and groups that are vulnerable, so that they may participate in the conference of the party, so that they may be present and work together with the committee. So we would like this to be highlighted within the mandates of the Secretariat and learn from everything that has been expressed in this conference of the parties with regards to the participation of the public. We thank the representative of the public. Andrea, now you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. I would like to very briefly add to what Andres Napolis said, in the sense that we want to support Mexico's proposal to include that this should also have an intergenerational criteria. We believe that that is very important in order to achieve the participation of more public and more wide-ranging participation. So we thank Mexico and those that have supported this proposal. Thank you, Andrea.
No veo más.
I see no further comments. And consequently, I would invite you to move on to approve the document with the amendments on intergenerational aspect and the proposal by Mexico on Mexico accepted, and a new an additional paragraph 3 between 3 and 4, in fact, thanking Mexico for their offer proposed by Chile and supported by Argentina. And if there are no further comments, this would be approved. I see no objections. It is so adopted. And so I now invite you to move on to consider other matters. And for this, I would like you to pay attention to draft decision 1/6, now called Defenders of Human Rights in Environmental Matters. This draft decision had been distributed earlier, and according to comments received, some amendments were made that appear with change control in your versions, and I would thank the Secretariat if they could tell us of the amendments received and made. The Secretariat is recognized. Thank you, Chair. As was requested on day 1, Various members of the presiding officers were asked to send in comments on the various decisions, and the delegation of Mexico received the comments, and these comments, of course, will have to be considered in the plenary and, of course, seconded. Thank you, Secretariat. In this case, we do not have an introduction, as in other cases, but the issue of the defenders, men and women, in human environmental matters is one of the distinctive aspects of the agreement. And so it seemed fundamental at this first COP to have a decision that began a road toward the adoption or the establishment of criteria that may make effective, that may make practical the provisions contained in Article 9 of the agreement with regard to this theme. And so I will open up for delegations that may have comments on this draft decision. Argentina is recognized. Yes, thank you, Chair. First, to thank you for the presentation of this draft decision. For Argentina, it is extremely relevant to have a special and particular document stemming from the first COP. This is very significant, relevant. And so we thank the Secretariat and the Chair for what has done. We see that some of the comments, such as defenders in Spanish, men and women, and that it is important to point this out, the situation of vulnerability of the women defenders in human rights or environmental rights. With regard to the document, we did want to make comments in that we see there are some words that are not the agreed language. We would prefer it if in the draft decisions adopted, as we said yesterday, with regard to other drafts being negotiated, used the agreed language for Escazú. And so, should this inclusion be adopted, which we believe is important, that we do have it, that it may read as follows. Regarding that the Escazú Agreement contributes to the rights of every person to live in a healthy environment, and that the enabling of this right is a fundamental element that facilitates access to justice in environmental matters for defenders of human rights in environmental matters. This is the language that was agreed for Article 9 of the Escazú Agreement on defenders, that we should also include of human rights in environmental matters. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. I would ask you if you could read this again, the proposal, but slowly, so that we can be not only write it down, but also translate it, and so understood better. In fact, the change is really the right for each person to live in a healthy environment. But I will read it slowly, highlighting that the Escazú Agreement contributes to the right of each person to live in a healthy environment, and that the enabling of such right is a fundamental element that facilitates access to justice in environmental matters for the defenders, in Spanish, men and women, of human rights in environmental matters. That is the language agreed under Article 9. Thank you, Argentina, and apologize for repeating this, but I do believe it facilitated the work. Mexico is recognized. Thank you, Chair. Mexico might approve the language as Argentina has proposed, but the initiative, when we received several comments, was also to reflect this recognition that we had in the Council of Human Rights of the UN in Geneva, the right to environmental rights. And we believe that the Escazú Agreement language speaks more of defenders in environmental matters. And so we believe that the amendment proposed by Argentina would resolve this with regard to the approved language. Additionally, and this is a minor addition that we've just been asked for by the indigenous people, local communities, considering that there was great interest in reflecting a greater participation by indigenous people, and that many of you surely received a draft decision on indigenous people and that we've not yet had time to discuss because it was only just put to the consideration by the parties. And so I believe it is very appropriate in the ad hoc group that is mentioned here. And when we particularly mention of the significant participation of the public, and that we may also speak of the significant participation of indigenous people. So in point 1, specifically, where we talk of establishing an ad hoc working group on human rights defenders and environmental matters, which shall allow for meaningful public participation, considering the participation of representatives of indigenous people, end of the addition, and receive the assistance of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean in its capacity as secretariat. And so Mexico would propose including considering the participation by representatives of the indigenous people. And this is a request that has just been sent in, and we believe that it would be well worthwhile pointing this out. Thank you, and including this. Thank you, Mexico. Panama is recognized. Good morning. To first refer to the proposal by Argentina. We do not disagree, however, we would like to clarify because we have a doubt. In the text that we were sent, there's reference to the enabling of the rights of nature as a fundamental element. That's one concept, the enabling of the rights of nature. And the proposal by Argentina, yes, does refer to the Escazú Agreement language. However, it does keep to the language of Escazú, but we have two different meanings in this paragraph. And so I would like to know what is the position of the Secretariat? Was this considered? And clarifying that it's not that we disagree with the proposal by Argentina. Additionally, regarding the proposal by Mexico for inclusion of the participation of indigenous people in paragraph 1, we would propose also adding a mention of the other vulnerable groups, because same as our indigenous people need representation, likewise the other vulnerable groups that we have in each one of our nations. So that would be our proposal to be added to paragraph 1. Thank you, Panama. I will now recognize the Secretariat to answer, and then we will continue opening the floor. Yes. What was facilitated here by the Secretariat is that the suggestions for additions before being presented and given the need for translation should be included and translated so that the English-speaking countries have them. Now, as the delegation of Argentina said, there is one part in that paragraph that did not specifically correspond to the Escazú Agreement, and this was amended by the delegation of Argentina, and there was consensus in the plenary to keep the text and following the agreed text of the Escazú Agreement. Thank you, Secretariat. The delegation of Bolivia is recognized. Thank you, Chair. We would like to refer to the proposal made by Mexico on inclusion in paragraph 1 of the significant participation by the public, but there we would like to include and indigenous people and local communities. But to read significant participation by the public, indigenous people, and local communities. Likewise, I would like to request, and I put this for consideration by the presiding officer, since today we are celebrating the International Mother Earth Day, that in all decisions reflecting Mother Nature, this be included. Thank you, Bolivia. The representative of the public is recognized. Yes, with regard to the term indigenous communities or indigenous people and local communities, I have a mandate by the committee for facilitation of major groups of UNEP that the term indigenous people be treated differently to local communities, because very often the interests are opposite, do not agree. I intended to recognize the representatives of the public. I will not prevent you from taking the floor, but if I'm authorized, I would allow you to continue, but please identify yourself. Carmen Capriles, I am co-facilitator of the Committee for the Facilitation of Elderly Groups of UNEP. And one of the last things we have seen in is indigenous groups and local communities, because both groups have interests that do not always coincide and that they must be treated differently. And we cannot include both in a single bag. We must respect the cultural differences of the two groups, and this must be taken into account within the Escazú COP. Otherwise, the very important role of indigenous people will be made invisible. Thank you. And so now, yes, I recognize the representative of the people. Good morning. I'm Miguel Vasquez from Peru. I'm an indigenous defender. I apologize for interrupting you once again. The representatives of the public were asking for the floor, or is it someone of the public? Is he the representative of the public? In that case, yes, please hand over. Thank you, Chair. We will offer the floor to Miguel, the representative of the indigenous people of the Amazonia. Well, thank you for the opportunity to greet the countries that are supporting the inclusion of indigenous people as defenders. I have personally been threatened many times, but nevertheless, I continue with my work. I am speaking in representing the thousands of indigenous defenders of human rights that have been threatened. A few days ago, an indigenous leader was murdered for defending his forests and lands, and that is our payment. And that is why we believe that for us it is extremely important to include indigenous people in this very important aspect. We thank the countries that are supporting this initiative, and also we call so that other countries may join this very important effort that for us is vital in order to continue doing the work we do. Thank you.
We thank the representatives of the public and now offer the floor to St. Lucia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I had the opportunity to look at the draft proposals by the COICA group on the mechanisms for the participation of the indigenous groups. And vis-a-vis the draft document that we have in terms of the human rights defenders, and I see most of their proposals are in sync with what is in that declaration, that draft document. And so I want to lend my support to the other countries that believe that human rights defenders, indigenous people, should be incorporated into the document that speaks to human rights defenders. Because when we look at it, the bulk of the people who are human rights defenders and whose lives are on the line most of the time, the bulk of them are indigenous persons. So I would think that it is quite important that they be included in this final document. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias, Santa Lucía.
Thank you, St. Lucia. Well, nobody else is asking for the floor. Let's see, Marcos Orellana, the expert, has asked for the floor. Thank you, Chair. I am asking for the floor in order to reflect on the proposal by Bolivia to include local communities and what was mentioned also by one of the members of the public about how in different international fora there is a certain stress when it comes to including local communities together with indigenous peoples as if they had exactly the same and not differentiated rights. So the same happens in terms of the climatic agreement and in other forum where we discuss how we link the rights of indigenous peoples with local communities. There are also instruments such as the Declaration of Peasant Rights that refer to this issue. Within the context of the document that we are dealing with right now, I feel that the proposal made by the delegation of Bolivia is very timely because they are talking about the significant participation. They are not making a distinction or a greater differentiation that could lead to tensions. But within that general context, recognizing the significant participation of local communities that may be impacted by the type of activities and projects that the Escazú Agreement aims to deal with is very adequate and timely. So I just wanted to share that reflection with you. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Marcos. The representative of the public has the floor. Thank you, Chair. I would like to begin by thanking COP in general for putting this issue on the table. The protection and recognition of environmental defenders is one of the pillars of Escazú, and I believe that this declaration evidences that we're advancing in the implementation of that pillar. So in political terms, I believe that this is a very important moment, and we would like to thank us from the public, all the states that have been involved in this declaration. We have heard the names of several environmental defenders that have been assassinated in our region. President Boric, in his opening words, referred to Brainerd Benavid Cucuñame, a Colombian boy assassinated because he was an environmental defender. We also heard of Catalonso, a Chilean leader, talking about the zones of sacrifice. But at the same time, there are many more names in our region of defenders that have been criminalized, defenders that have been killed, that have suffered violent attacks. And therefore, we believe that this declaration is a very important political step in terms of showing that Escazú is not only going to deal with that new article, but will also begin to be implemented at a national level with real protection for defenders, and also at a regional level in terms of what COP means with the initiation of this working group on defenders. I would also like to thank the participation of our colleagues from indigenous peoples, this proposal that they have brought in terms of including in the language indigenous peoples and local communities, and to accompany the proposal made by Mexico and Panama, supported also by St. Lucia, that was brought by indigenous peoples, and also Bolivia. We include that it's very important to include that language about indigenous peoples and local communities. Now, with regards to text in general terms, we have a suggestion, and it is in the paragraph that refers to the fact that the Escazú Agreement contributes to the right of all people to live in a safe environment. And you use a word which is enabling, and we don't know exactly what that means. So we believe that this word it does not correspond to the text of the Escazú Agreement, but we should speak of the word guarantee, which is in the objectives of the Escazú Agreement, and that prevents any confusion. So instead of enabling, we should speak about guaranteeing. That is a specific suggestion with regards the drafting, the wording that the public wishes to express on this occasion. We thank the public, and now Argentina has the floor. Yes, thank you very much, and we thank the representative of the public. It is true that when we submitted the suggested amendment about the text in the new paragraph, we had left the word enabling there, but it is correct to use will guarantee, because that is the letter of the agreement. Thank you, Argentina. I would like to ask the Secretariat to explain the amendments that have been suggested in order to close that text, and so that everyone can be clear on that. We would say, highlighting the fact that the Escazú Agreement contributes to the right of all people to live in a safe environment, in a healthy environment, and that it's guaranteeing that is a fundamental element that facilitates access to justice in environmental matters for defenders of human rights in environmental matters. On the other hand, we have several possibilities in paragraph 1, different variants about the inclusion of indigenous peoples and local communities that include, these are the variables that are being discussed, and there is a possibility of incorporating other stakeholders. As a Secretariat, we would like to say that during the negotiation, the delegations were quite emphatic in terms of not going back to the system of main groups, listing different stakeholders, and that the definition of people and groups in vulnerable situations in the agreement is specific in terms of not identifying specific groups, but rather social, economic, and other conditions that could put different groups in a vulnerable situation that are variable over time, and considering also the heterogeneity of the region. But in any case, we have the possibility of inclusion that already form part of the public, but the emphasis is emphasizing indigenous groups and local communities. Thank you, Secretariat. Any reactions to that? As a chair, I would like to warn you that we have a problem with the text in paragraph 1, with the inclusion proposals that have been made. In some of the texts, we would be establishing in this resolution how the public would be integrated, something that does not seem to be in accordance with the text of the agreement. In other reactions or in other drafting, we would be taking or using text that has not been agreed on, because we would be including part of the long list of special groups. One in one case, in another proposal, we would be adding some of them. So, since we're talking of an innovation in two senses, we would like you to especially consider which of the alternatives is the one. Let's see, if we were to follow the order in which they were expressed, there would even be a proposal that is not compatible. They might even be contradictory. So I call your attention to the wording or alternative, to the drafting alternative. I am not questioning the crux of the matter. Do we include or not? But I simply would like to call your attention to the fact that the texts that we're dealing with are different, and they have certain drawbacks.
Tiene la palabra el representante del público.
The representative of the public has the floor. Thank you, Chair. I'm somewhat lost with the discussion, and I would like you to clarify something. How do you understand that this consideration of the public is changing? Because we could perhaps change part of the wording so that that does not happen. Because if you understand it in that way, we don't understand it like that. When we say that this would involve the significant participation of the public, including the participation of representatives of indigenous peoples and local communities. That is an alternative that we believe could resolve this interpretation issue. I don't know what you feel about that, Chair.
I believe that this is an issue as to the interpretation of what including means, because significant participation by the public, we should include the indigenous people. So we are determining what is understood by public, or at least part of that public, necessarily. And so I believe that we must bear in mind that in the agreed language that stems from the agreement, public has the greatest scope you could possibly imagine. And that includes Alicia Bárcena, as she said this morning, Patricia Madrigal, who's over there, and also the representatives of the indigenous people, local communities, and so on. Mexico is recognized, and then Bolivia, the other way around? Okay, Bolivia is recognized. Thank you, Chair. Precisely talking of this and the agreed language, well, we consider that this is a first COP. Here we are building. And in that construction, we must see and also adopt other language that in other international forums have been able to discuss these things. And here within the framework of the agreement in Article 7, where there is talk of public participation in in environmental decision-making processes. And in paragraph 15, there is already mention of indigenous people and local communities. And so I believe that this does not is not a contravention. And we must also emphasize that there should be significant participation by the public, indigenous people, and local communities. And so I think that here we are strictly keeping to what the Escazú Agreement says, and of vital importance, because we're saying that these are groups that they are not the essential actors, but they also the most affected. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Bolivia. Yes, I would request if you could please read the text to which your considerations are referring to explicitly. So ultimately, what is your proposal? The proposed text, the whereas paragraphs are clear. Yes, so I would say it as follows. Point 1, decides to establish an open-ended ad hoc working group on human rights defenders in environmental matters, which shall allow for meaningful public participation, indigenous people and local communities, and receive the assistance of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean in its capacity as Secretariat. Very, very clear. It has been recorded. The delegation of Mexico is recognized. Thank you, Chair. The interest here was not to cause confusion with regard to the figure of the elected representative of the public. Here we are creating about the creation of an ad hoc working group that may have participants as determined by a COP. And it's not just a matter of saying what is limited to the elected representatives of the public. We're saying that, for example, this COP already created a committee of experts, and these experts are experts that will be elected here on. And so saying that also we are including in particular the participation of indigenous people and local community is a way of recognizing that when we're talking of the defenders of the environmental matters, and as we've heard today, and this has a grave implication for these specific groups. And so these open-ended ad hoc working groups are infinite. It's not something that might learn 20 years, let's hopefully not, but that we will have a resolution before that. But as a rule, the COP determines that they last, 3 sessions, 3 years, a certain period of time. And as it was said before, well, the vulnerable groups may also go changing, but that is why we're talking about an open-ended ad hoc working group with a very specific mandate. It is not an eternally open group, and it's not the end of ad hoc working groups in general. And so if in 2 COPs we determine that this particular group has finished its job, and we talk about the formation of another one according to the vulnerabilities detected at that particular moment. But today, and I believe that there is a tremendous evidence and testimonies, and so we have heard, well, the concern of the indigenous people and local communities is very valid. And so it is worthwhile specifically pointing out their participation. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. Nevertheless, regardless of your comments, Gardel and Lepera say 20 years is nothing. But same as Bolivia, I would say that your considerations refer to the proposal that you made originally, or are you referring to the proposed text just done by Bolivia? So Mexico supports the wording proposed by Bolivia. Right. Thank you, Mexico. Panama is recognized. Thank you. After hearing the various countries of their concerns as expressed by the representatives of the public and also the proposals aiming to mediate, and after having consulted the wording of Article 2, D and E, and D is determined as public, and E, persons or groups living in vulnerable situations. There's an important distinction there. And so the spirit is that in paragraph 1 of the draft decision that we're considering is that there be special emphasis on indigenous people, local communities, and these communities are vulnerable. And so why do we not consider including, for example, in the wording for this to read as follows? Referring to paragraph 1 of the draft decision, decides to establish an open-ended ad hoc working group on human rights defenders in environmental matters, which will allow for meaningful public participation, ensuring the inclusion of persons or groups in a vulnerable situation, or ensuring the emphatic attendance of persons or groups in vulnerable situations. And then we end as it says in the paragraph. Thank you, Panama. Peru is recognized. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Precisely, in my intervention, I was going to make a contribution along the lines of what has just been mentioned by Panama, and that in paragraph E, Article 2, there's mention of persons or groups in vulnerable situations, and it says it is understood in the national context of each party, and that encompasses quite well the concerns by the different or various states and the public attending here with regard to the relevance of their inclusion in this working group. And evidently, this also includes indigenous people and local communities that we are seeing are one of the population groups most affected. And so on a personal note and in representation of Peru, I would like to express my deep regret regarding the information on the murdering of the Amazon defender. And we have noted this and will proceed with an proper investigation so that justice be made in this case. Thank you. Thank you, Peru. And so we have two alternative texts proposed. One, leaving aside the previous ones, we have two alternative texts proposed. One, as read by Bolivia and supported by Mexico, and another proposal, a transactional proposal, a facilitating proposal by Panama, also referred to by Peru. The representative of the public is recognized. Thank you, Chair. And I believe there is consensus at COP regarding the relevance of including this declaration on defenders, the indigenous people and local communities. So what we're discussing here really is how, not the what. And so there is a clear political will. And so I also thank the role played by the representatives of the indigenous people and the proposals they've brought. And quite often the visibility has a lot to do with the words, as though the words of or the voice, if you like, of the indigenous groups is present. And so indigenous defenders are one of the groups most affected among the larger group of defenders of human rights. And we have heard how the people in Amazonia and other parts of the region have been affected by attacks, discrimination. And so I believe that in view of this, and in general, that aim here is very clear in the negotiating panel. And so what we were proposed is a small change in the wording, and that may enjoy the significant participation by the public, with special emphasis on the participation by indigenous people and local communities. And I believe that we are coming closer to the wording that we want. It is clear that this should be recognized, and that this new wording proposed may bring us even closer to that final decision. Thank you. I thank the public. And so now we have a third alternative put forward. Would someone like to second this or comment on the previous ones? Costa Rica is recognized. Thank you. Trying to pick up on several elements, maybe we could begin with the proposal by Mexico and Bolivia. But as the public has said, special emphasis, we could say special emphasis, picking up on what is proposed by Panama, groups living in vulnerable situations. I don't know if in that way indigenous people will qualify as vulnerable groups and not of the public. So maybe this confuses our definition of the public. It's just a suggestion, taking into account the proposal by Panama as well as the proposal by Mexico and Bolivia. And so it is specifically, as the public has said, there's this reference to indigenous people, but without complicating the definition of public that we have within the text of the agreement. Thank you, Costa Rica. And so I will ask you to, I apologize, could you please repeat this slowly so that we may take note and interpret this?
Let's see, we could use the initial proposal by Mexico and Bolivia, but also as mentioned by the public, with the significant participation of the public and with special emphasis on people or groups in vulnerable conditions, as mentioned in numeral E of the agreement, especially indigenous peoples and local communities. These are just ideas, but I believe that we could try to refer to the drafting that we already have in the agreement, and make and say something like with special reference to or including, referring basically to groups living in vulnerable situations and the public. Argentina, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. I regret to have to submit a different proposal, but I believe that this brings together and puts in order what we have been discussing. in the sense that we should focus on indigenous groups and local communities, and also provide scope for the inclusion of persons and groups in vulnerable situations, and reorganize this. I'll read this as follows. Decides to establish an ad hoc working group with open composition about defenders of human rights in environmental matters that will involve the significant participation of the public, especially of indigenous peoples and local communities, also intending to include people and groups living in vulnerable situations. Thank you, Argentina. I would like to mention that we have two alternatives that are quite different, really. What is mentioned by Costa Rica is that the specification of indigenous peoples and local communities refers to the concept of people or groups in vulnerability. The alternative presented now by Argentina is indigenous peoples and local communities would mention the public and would add people or groups living in vulnerability. Argentina, you have the floor. Yes, that is correct. In the understanding that in some situations, vulnerable people or group can live in indigenous communities, but that is not always the case. The idea will be to basically clarify that indigenous communities may also form part of the public or are part of the public. Bolivia, you have the floor, and then Mexico, or the other way around. Thank you, Chair. We support the proposal put forward by Argentina because we feel that that is the adequate definition. Indigenous peoples may be in vulnerable conditions or not. Regrettably, in most cases, they do live in vulnerable conditions, and therefore that is why we insist that they be mentioned specifically in this decision related to environmental rights defenders. For us, defenders of the rights of Mother Earth. And that is why we coincide with the proposal presented by Argentina. And we thank you for the effort that is being made. Thank you, Bolivia. Mexico, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. We also want to support the Argentinian proposal because it talks about the public and then specifically refers to indigenous peoples and local communities, so that we can also cater for the interest of Panama and also Peru in terms of including vulnerability, in the understanding that indigenous peoples are not necessarily encompassed in those two categories. Mexico, thank you. I believe that if there are no more comments, we now have a comment of, let's see, Antigua and Barbuda, you have the floor.
Chair, I just want to say that I support the proposals that Argentina has put forward, supported by Bolivia and Mexico. And I do think it's important that we do mention the local communities and the indigenous people. And I think that when this ad hoc committee working group is set up, that all persons with vulnerable situations, all members of the public who have a input would be taken into account. So I think we spent a lot of time nitpicking, but I do support the proposal from Argentina. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I don't see any other requests, so I would like to ask the Secretariat to read the text as has been registered, and thus make sure that that is the text that we would be adopting. The Secretariat has the floor. decides to establish an ad hoc working group with an open composition about defenders of human rights in environmental matters that will involve the significant participation of the public, especially of indigenous peoples and local communities, also seeking to include people and groups living in vulnerable situations with the assistance of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean as Secretariat. Thank you, Secretariat. St. Lucia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Having thus clarified, St. Lucia wishes to also support the proposal by Argentina as supported by Mexico, Panama, and Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Santa Lucía.
Thank you, St. Lucia. Antigua and Barbuda, do you wish to? No. Okay, nobody else has asked for the floor, so we can say that this has been sufficiently discussed. We have a draft resolution that basically involves two important amendments to the text that had been previously considered. Are there any objections? In that case, we adopt decision 1-6.
Muy bien, agradecemos a todos.
Well, we thank everyone for the time and the work that has been done this morning, which has been very fruitful. Two more decisions have emerged from this conference, and they have been adopted. We will continue this afternoon at 2 p.m. with other drafts, but we have an announcement by the Secretariat, which is important. And we will invite you all to listen to that invitation. Well, as you know, it is traditional for negotiating delegations and the public and the participants to take a group photograph. We have taken many photographs that will be available to you all, but we would like to take a group picture photograph at the entrance to ECLAC. And given the fact that we have made very significant progress this morning, I believe the time has come for us all to take a group photograph. So I would like to invite you all to go to the main entrance of ECLAC so that we can take that group photograph.
Por cierto, además, como es el aire.
Since it's in open air, obviously we don't have to use the Escazú face mask.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. How is everyone? We will begin this afternoon's session. In this segment, we will continue to consider point 6, other matters. We have already made a decision this morning in the same item related to defenders of human rights in environmental matters. And I would like to submit to your consideration now the draft of political declaration that was produced and proposed by several countries, among them Argentina, Mexico, Uruguay. And I would like to ask Argentina if they could very briefly share a brief introduction of the text that has been submitted to your consideration. Argentina, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Well, for me, as an Argentinian, it is an honor to submit this draft political declaration to you, because it brings together in a few points, but very concrete points, the work that has been done over the past few months and over the past few years as well, around different issues, and which sets forth the essence of the Escazú Agreement and of this mechanism, of this forum, which is an example. In specific terms, we have different issues that we have been able to agree on with regard to all the aspects that have been discussed by us. But I would like that in addition to the introduction, I would like to ask if you could give me the possibility of presenting to you, of submitting to you a draft text that could be added at the end of paragraph 7, where we speak of the commitments, of our commitment to deal with certain issues. And we would have to modify that in the second conference of the parties. We say in the extraordinary meeting of the conference of the parties that we will have the honor to host in Argentina next year, and incorporate a paragraph with regards another aspect. But perhaps that's no, it has already been incorporated. I'm sorry. Paragraph 7, which refers to those innovations that you have mentioned. Oh, okay, thank you. And I feel it's important to highlight this because this is the issue. If we do not, if we're not able to negotiate and to promote and find the necessary funding, we will not be able to implement this agreement as we want to implement it. And therefore, it was important for us to talk, to include a paragraph referring to the search for additional financing sources to ensure adequate funding. I would also like to point out the importance of warning all states that are signatories to this state and that have not yet ratified it to do so. I see many of the signatories here that have participated actively, have contributed their ideas, and we hope that soon we will have them as parties to the agreement. I would also like to benefit from the fact that I am presenting this on behalf of Argentina to highlight this paragraph, which is expresses our gratitude to ECLAC that has acted as secretariat for the work that they have done and for the and which have made it possible for us to be present here face to face and also virtually, and which has enabled us to make tremendous progress during this conference of the parties. Without further ado, then, I would like to offer the floor to the public, to the state parties, to signatories to make their comments as well. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. Indeed, as was expressed, the text is basically the text that was distributed at the beginning of this meeting, except for paragraph 7, which is a paragraph that reflects decisions that we have made during this conference. And so, as was well mentioned by Argentina, we open up the possibility for people to take the floor to make comments about this draft political declaration.
No hay comentarios. Panamá tiene la palabra.
Okay, Panama is acknowledged. Thank you very much, Chair. Since this is my the first time that I have spoken today, I would like to highlight that today as International Mother Earth's Day and the contributions that we have highlighted of the United Nations. And now, in accordance with the presentation of this draft political declaration, we in Panama believe that it's important for to say that this declaration brings together all the contributions that have been made during this important meeting, and therefore we fully support this draft declaration. Thank you. Thank you, Panama. Very kind of you.
No reconozco ninguna solicitud.
Okay, and no one else wishes to speak. I would therefore like to ask the Secretariat to read this so that we can adopt it. Draft political declaration. We, the representatives of the parties gathered in Santiago from the 20th to the 22nd of April 2022, on occasion of the first meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean. First point, we welcome with great satisfaction the entry into force of the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean on the 22nd of April 2021, a date in which we commemorate International Mother Earth Day and express our determination to implement the agreement. Point 2, we reaffirm the importance of cooperation and multilateralism for moving forward as a region with efforts to achieve sustainable development and environmental protection. Point 3, we recognize that the strategy for economic and social recovery from the repercussions of the coronavirus disease, COVID-19 pandemic, and for overcoming the environmental crisis must have sustainability at their core and must be guided by the pursuit of more inclusive development, accelerated implementation of environmental protection measures, and greater climate action. Point 4, highlight the role of the rights of access to information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental matters, and of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and all the Sustainable Development Goals as vital roadmaps for bringing about transformative recovery and sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean, ensuring that no one is left behind. Point 5, recognize the important work of human rights defenders in environmental matters for strengthening democracy, access rights, and sustainable development. 6, reaffirm that the regional agreement on access to information is a driving force for sustainable development and a crucial governance tool for the development of public policies in the region, with a view to ensuring a healthy environment for present and future generations. Point 7, committed to continue working to make progress on the topics to be addressed at the second extraordinary meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, which will be held in Argentina in 2023, and that are necessary for an adequate operation and implementation of the agreement, especially the search for additional sources of financing that ensure adequate, stable, and predictable funds. Point 8, we urge all countries signatories to the regional agreement that haven't yet ratified it to do so as soon as possible. 9, we encourage all countries in the region that are not signatories or parties to the Escazú Agreement and who wish to adhere to it to do so at the earliest opportunity. Point 10, we call for continued international cooperation to build national capacities for full implementation of the Escazú Agreement. Point 11, thank the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean for its support granted as a secretariat for the deployment of the Observatory on Principle 10 in Latin America and the Caribbean, pursuant to Article 12 of the Escazú Agreement, and for the organization of the first meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Point 12, we also thank the presiding officers who have steered the process up to the first meeting of the Conference of the Party, as well as all the delegations for their dedication and commitment. Point 13, further thank the public and significant participation of the representatives of the public during the first conference of the party and for their contributions. Point 14, we thank the experts and regional and international organizations and other relevant stakeholders that have accompanied this meeting. Thank you, Secretariat. I see no objections, and in consequence, I believe that we can adopt this declaration. And we will do that by acclamation. I think that that is most adequate.
Disculpen la interrupción.
I apologize for the interruption. Now that we are approaching the end of, nearing the end of our work, and for the purpose of the report and for us all to be clear on this, I will now read the list of decisions adopted. This Conference of the Parties, in accordance with the procedures, decided on decision 1.1, rules of procedure for the Conference of the Parties. That was approved. It also made a decision on decision 1.2, election of the presiding officers, which was adopted. It also made a decision on decision 1.3, rules of composition and operation of the support committee for the implementation and compliance. So that was also adopted. It also decided on decision 1.4 on financial arrangements, which is something that was also adopted. It also made a decision on decision 1.5 related to the next meetings of the Conference of the Parties, something that was also adopted. And it also made a decision about decision 1.6 related to defenders of human rights in environmental matters, which was also adopted. And that is the set of decisions that have been adopted during this first Conference of the Parties, in addition to the political declaration that we have just adopted. So I'll open up the floor if any delegation wishes to make use of the floor. Mexico, you're recognized. Thank you. I would just like to thank all the work, Chair, that you have done during this Conference of the Parties. I think you deserve a warm hand because you have done very good work during the meeting. And likewise, I recognize that the whole of ECLAC has played a very important role, but Carlos de Miguel has been a long ally. We have held long discussions to advance, to make progress, and a lot of that progress is due to your own work. So again, a warm hand for you as well.
Gracias, México.
Thank you, Mexico. Okay, since there are no more interventions, let's see, Panama has the floor.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Likewise, we would also like to express, to support the gratitude expressed by Mexico, and especially for you, because you have headed this meeting in an excellent manner, and likewise the Secretary, who has worked very well with all the details, including all the details that we of the previous meetings of pre-COP. Our gratitude to you, to the public, to civil society for this citizens' participation, which is what the Escazú Agreement seeks, incorporating information to citizens, because that's one of the pillars that we have been working on. I now would like to offer the floor to my colleague from Panama, who will make a few announcements.
Yes. Before the closing, Panama, in view of the commemorative date, launched an act for the forests protected and is among spatial data, covered data, and services. To tell you that this is yet another achievement aligned with the aims of the Escazú Agreement, and this is available for everyone to consult in case you may be interested in it. Thank you. Thank you, Panama. If there are no further interventions, yes? And so, in that case, I would invite you to have a break, coffee break, and then we will be back in a few minutes for the closing session of this first Conference of the Parties. Thank you.
Les agradecemos que tomen
Please be seated. And we will begin the closing session.
Vamos a comenzar.
We will begin a very last stage of this first conference of the parties with the closing ceremony. We will have several interventions. With the elected representatives of the public. He made a mistake in the word. He said the elected representatives of the people, he had said first. This is language that has not been agreed on. The director of the Division of Sustainable Development of ECLAC is with us here today, a friend, Mr. Samaniego, and also online, the Minister for the Environment of Uruguay, Licenciado Ivan Peña. And so to begin, I will first recognize Natalia on behalf of the public. Thank you very much, Chairman. Montago, representative of the public in Colombia. At the closing of this conference and in celebration of International Mother Earth Day, we've taken a step ahead with the implementation of the Escazú Agreement. Having had the honor to have served as the representative of the public has marked my life in many senses. As a woman, a young person, and now a mother, I found a voice and used this microphone to amplify the message of hundreds of thousands of people that, as the public, have worked for this agreement. But above all, it has allowed me to renew my faith and believe that a better world is possible. I would like to thank so many delegates who for years have committed to work with the public in countless meetings, both face-to-face as well as online, for the common good. Thanks to the technical secretariat whose support has been essential in order to achieve the significant participation by the public enshrined in the Escazú. Thanks to my colleagues, representatives Daniel, Careta, Andrea, Tomas, and Andres, with whom we've built such a very nice working group. I thank all the organizations of the civil society, movements of young people, indigenous people, feminist organizations that over the years have joined this process and who have conducted the campaigns for the ratification in each one of our countries. Despite the obstacles that COVID, logistics, the lack of financial resources may have imposed, the public in the region has taken part very actively. And the good practice that we have built so far, depending on robust modes of participation, has been admired by other international processes, continues to be strengthened with the adoption of the rules of procedure. The Committee for Support for the Implementation and Compliance, a dynamic and active, is essential in order to ensure the effective implementation of the agreement. And we consider that the rules that were adopted during this first COP for the operation of each committee will contribute to capacity building of the parties and will ensure the effective participation of the public as well as the transparency and accountability. The functions of the committee set forth in Chapter 5 of the rules will allow this body be the strategic tool to support parties in the implementation and compliance of the agreement. And also the committee will contribute to the implementation of the protection of defenders as Article 9 of the Escazú Agreement. We have recalled this week defenders who were murdered, criminalized, attacked in our region. Bernard David Cunyam in my country in Colombia, Berta Cáceres in Honduras, Ulises Rumiche in Peru, And with the adoption of the first decision on the defenders of human rights in environmental matters adopted today, the states party to the agreement has given a good example of the change in policy to change our narratives and recognize the role of persons defending the environmental rights. Thanks to the incidence of indigenous people, here there is an express mention of indigenous people and local communities, a progress that makes visible the work of indigenous people as defenders of the environment. We cannot continue to count the numbers of persons, defenders who have been murdered, threatened in Latin America and the Caribbean. We need Escazú now. Around the world, where social and environmental inequalities are on the rise and where war and violence are a shadow of future, and the most vulnerable communities, indigenous and peasants, are facing the impact of an unprecedented climate crisis, and where defense of the environment can become a sentence to death. And the first Escazú COP is a milestone and laying down the grounds for the effective implementation of the agreement. Escazú is leaving the paper and becoming a real tool to ensure the right to a healthy environment and protecting people. Thank you.
Yo continúo con.
And now I continue with the other part of the speech to recall that regarding the rules of procedure adopted yesterday, Chairman, and after very intense dialogue and not exempt of tensions, and that resulted in closing positions in order to move ahead in the adoption of the rules and the public, we believe that we have crystallized an essential progress, laying down the grounds for the COP in the future, where the public, the representatives and persons in general in our region may take part, strengthening standards that have innovated right from the process and for the preparation of the agreement. That is to say, not only the content, but also the way that it was being negotiated, continue with modalities for participation by the public and contributing to transparency and accountability in future. Of course, it is necessary to include the other countries of the region that have not yet signed or ratified the agreement. And we do want the executive and legislative branches to contribute to the national implementation, but most importantly, working with the judicial branches as fundamental players for the effective implementation of the agreement. As to what we have heard today at this third and last day of the COP meeting, important testimonies, we rescue a few brief phrases such as, there is a more empowered civil society as a result of this first conference of the parties. No more zones of sacrifice in Chile or any other country. To protect our home requires of efficient action. 111 women defenders have been murdered in the region during the period of the pandemic, and say no to regression or reduction of standards. As humanity, we've come to the point of no return. The Escazú Agreement is a milestone, and the protagonists are the defenders. And so we must begin by protecting those who defend nature and people. 3 of every 4 attacks perpetrated around the world against defenders happen in our region. This is a reality that is unacceptable. We are in the midst of a planetary crisis. We must size up the scale of the work ahead. We need to make everything possible to make peace with the planet. These phrases that we've heard today, among many others, reflect the spirit of the concerns expressed today and throughout this first conference of the parties. The representatives of the public would like to recall that there is a guideline for the implementation, the consultation process, and also the process for implementation at the national level. We invite you to take part. And also we recall that in coming months, there will be a process to renew the new representatives of the regional public mechanism, and we invite you once again to join the mechanism. And lastly, and on a more personal note, the representatives of the public, after more than 7 years' work in the function, are coming to the end of our mandate. And it has been a privilege and a challenge to put this position into practice. All the persons involved have done the best possible over the years, and we recognize that we've not been alone. We've always had the support by various people and organizations committed to human rights and environmental governance, not only in Latin America and the Caribbean, but also in regions such as Europe. I thank everyone who's been behind us and supported us. And also thanks to the delegates with whom at different moments we've been able to collaborate in order to further a robust agreement that would allow us to get as far as we've come today. We need the commitment, continuous commitment for the tremendous challenges posed by the future. Thanks to the Secretariat, ECLAC, and people that over so many years have accompanied and supported the process. Without you, it would have been impossible. It is not a goodbye, of course it is, until see you later. And also we recognize the ties, the trust that we've been able to build, especially with the representative of indigenous people and youth. We will continue to work for Escazú in the region and in our countries, but it is time to take a step aside and that others may take up this task. In this sense, COP has been a sample of vigorous and diverse participation that hopefully will continue to grow towards the future. Chairman, friends, we close by recalling Daniela Andrade, our Jamaican friend who could not be with us at this COP, but always reminds us of the eternal voice of Bob Marley and his unforgettable get up, stand up for your rights. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a
Thank you very much, Natalia, Tomás, and the elected representatives of the people who have taken the floor on this occasion. Of the public, yes. And I now recognize my Minister of the Environment of Uruguay, Licenciado Adrián Peña, who is with us through an online connection. Yes, we can hear you now. Well, good afternoon. My greetings to everyone. Chairman of the first conference of the parties of Escazú Agreement, the Director of the Development of Sustainable Development and Human Settlements of ECLAC, José Luis Samaniego, delegates of the states parties to the Agreement of Escazú, elected representatives of the public, my friends of Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a pleasure and honor to be part of the closing session of the first COP of the Escazú Agreement and so join in for the closing of the 3 days activities. I especially thank ECLAC as the secretariat of the agreement to welcome me, in this case online, and so be able to address all of you. It is a pleasure and an honor. And barely 1 year ago, April 22nd, 2021, another International Mother Earth Day, we celebrated the entry into force of the first environmental agreement in our region to deepen the 3 access rights in order to ensure the right of each person and the current and future generations to live in a healthy environment. Today, we can say that the agreement is a reality in full development that brings together a dozen of party countries and so many other signatories that have decidedly seen to pursue an effective implementation of the agreement in environmental matters, a task that we know is not easy, very often and not understood, mainly on account of lack of knowledge regarding the advantages that this creates for the protection of the environment and also social and economic development, having an informed and active population. Uruguay has maintained a constant commitment to access rights. Let's recall that our country was one of the 10 states that the conference of the UN, known as Rio +20, celebrated in 2012, expressed a political will to materialize the implementation in the region of Principle 10 coming from the Rio Declaration on the Environment and Development of 1992. And for that, Uruguay took actively part in the project and was one of the first countries to ratify the agreement through law 19,773 of July 17, 2019. And now we have been distinguished with the honor and the responsibility to preside this first meeting of the Conference of the Parties and the first presiding officers formed after the entry into force of the instruments. Uruguay has, through Dr. Marcelo Cosillos, a legal responsible from our ministry and a long-standing officer of the Uruguayan Foreign Office and our diplomatic representation in Santiago, has placed his efforts in order to achieve the goals set out for this first conference. He has been able to see the excellent outcomes of the meeting, only possible thanks to the commitment and the support shown by all delegations and the representatives of the public in their broadest expression. A special reference right now for these groups, the most needed and most vulnerable, especially the younger children, girls, boys, and adolescents in the region who are the future of our societies. And we must, we owe them not only an appropriate care for the environment, but ensure for them sustainable development, recognizing them and including them. So once again, we want to clearly establish the transcendence of our ministry and our governments give access rights, because that is what is provided by the Constitution of the Republic and our general law for protection of the environment, are also knowing or recognizing its value as an indispensable tool in our policy for environmental management. And so the Ministry of the Environment gives priority to caring for the environment and the observatory created to build awareness and communicate relevant and varied information. And likewise, we have promoted public participation, not only through the traditional media, but also furthering the creation of what we call the network of environmental promoters throughout our country to encourage environmental training, dialogue, and the exchange of experiences, social, environmental at local level, all inspiring and not necessarily known well enough. We also believe it is essential to have access to justice with regard to environmental matters for which our country still requires support and recognition by academia and the entire civil society. Chairman, friends, we are convinced that the Escazú Agreement is a great opportunity, although the agreement sets out an significant number of obligations for states and governments, and especially becomes a guide, a series of good practices, enabling a sphere for cooperation in order to build access rights and build environmental protection. So I'd like to conclude by recalling a Uruguayan, president of our republic and manager of the most important social changes in the 20th century in Uruguay, José Valle Ordóñez, who summed up in a phrase the relevance of citizen participation. He said, the history of assemblies is the history of liberty. And so on concluding this true assembly in the region that we call the Conference of the Parties, I would like to conclude by saying that the history of the Escazú Agreement is and shall be the history of environmental democracy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. You have been very kind. I would now like to offer the floor in order to bring to an end these presentations to the Director of the Sustainable Development Division of ECLAC, Mr. Jose Manuel Samaniego. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to begin on this International Mother Earth Day expressing my gratitude to all the delegations and the people that have participated on face-to-face and virtually during this historical first COP of the Escazú Agreement. Some delegations have had to face tremendous problems, especially Caribbean delegations, to be with us here today, and others have participated virtually in all our deliberations. We also celebrate having a presiding officers, the adoption of the rules of procedures of the Conference of the Parties and the rules for the composition and operation of the committee to support implementation and compliance approved by acclamation. both of the parties and of all people that have participated. That sets a clear pathway ahead for us in order to strengthen this new institutional framework, as was mentioned during the first day. The analysis of the documents, of the proposals that were discussed here evidenced the profound interest and commitment on the part of countries with strengthening the implementation of the agreement. We congratulate all parties, signatories and observers for successfully completing this agenda. Likewise, we express our gratitude to the government of Argentina for offering to act as host in April of next year for the next COP meeting and for making all the decisions that are relevant. I would like to thank all parties of ECLAC that have made this meeting possible, the Secretariat of the Commission with Mr. Yanez, who was here with us during our sessions, the editorial team, the conference team, the interpreters, my own team, Carlos, who was already mentioned in the previous meeting, who has borne a tremendous burden, Gabriela Burdiles, Maria Paz Rivera, Carla López, Janina Rinaldi, Ignacia Alvarado, Maria Eugenia Barossi, and of course, Valeria Torres, who today is working in ILPES. I would also like to express my gratitude to the press area that enables us to leave, to go beyond this small room and go out to the world. The information area that was in charge of all the communications and that enabled side events to work impeccably, and also to security that has enabled us to receive face-to-face many personalities that were with us during these 3 very interesting days. This meeting has reiterated, has evidenced that our region follows a very inappropriate pathway for the articulation of our societies and economies with nature. The Escazú Agreement is a fundamental instrument in order to advance and protect effectively our Mother Earth, to defend the rights of present and future generations of young people, of indigenous peoples, among others, and of course of all ecosystems that provide us with health and life in our planet. This is a different way of making decisions, and it's also a different way of valuing people that should also take us to do different things that, as mentioned this morning, will end this war against nature. Those other things, those other investments, those other ways of decision-making can reconcile us with conservation and the restoration of biodiversity. It can lead us to stabilize global temperature, to guarantee the quality, availability, and accessibility of natural resources, and at the same time, end with poverty and reduce the risk for ourselves and for non-human species. Let us remember during this International Mother Earth Day that we need a change towards more sustainable economies that recognize the real costs of development, but at the same time, non-quantifiable values that works for both people and for the planet. An economic development that creates cohesion, investment, confidence, and hope based on a greener growth. In the sense of this first COP meeting is a firm step in that direction, a significant progress towards the crystallization of the link between human rights and the environment within the framework of environmental democracy, with an approach capable of acknowledging different needs and at the same time the specificities of people and of groups living in vulnerable situations in Latin America and the Caribbean. And as part of the Secretariat, I cannot but reiterate our commitment with the functioning and with the life of Escazú. And of course, I support the call made to other countries to ratify this agreement, to those that haven't yet done so. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. And now I would like to officially and finally close this meeting. Don't be scared. I am not going to deliver another speech. What I do confess, however, that I have looked at the notes I took during the first day, to see what it was that we had said during that first day. And I believe that that first day I said, as from my position as chair, I said that I would like to help parties to comply with their tasks, to exercise their rights, so that they could comply with their obligations, and help signatory countries to, at a given moment in time, adhere and effectively become part of our agreement, to help the public, the whole public, to effectively exercise their access rights. And I hope I have been able to help, as I had set out to do. We did achieve, if we did achieve this, it was because we have received the collaboration of all of you. And in consequence, I would like to especially thank the collaboration of delegations, of all delegations. The delegations of states that are parties and of states that are signatories, that have all made fundamental contributions. The state parties with the responsibility implicit in their actions within this sphere of the public, who undoubtedly, through their representatives, approached us over and over again with ideas, contributions, and always making valuable contributions. We received no complaints. What we always received were contributions, was the support. And I would like to express also my gratitude to the delegation from Uruguay, because I believe that we have worked in a very effective and harmonious manner. Some of us already knew each other, others got to know each other here in Santiago. And today I would say that we have known each other all our lives. And also a special gratitude to ECLAC, that has once again welcomed us here, that acted as a secretariat in an efficient, effective manner, promptly and substantially responding to all the needs that we had at all times, regardless of the time of day. And I'm including here everyone within ECLAC that have helped us, the interpreters, the people in charge of the meeting here, and of course, the team that Carlos, for which Carlos is the visible face. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I hope to see you soon, but if we don't see each other, we are certain that in the next International Mother's Day, remember that it's my birthday. Thank you.
Recording stopped.